particular, with the leave of the court, my lady, your ladyship will accept that this is obviously not a normal case in the normal sense. Indeed, so, madam. Sorry, my lady. Well, in that instance, my lady, all the remarks then which we intended to make for the opening address, for our opening address, we can leave for final argument. We have no issue if the court.
You know what? Another thing is God saying that it's just an opening.
Indeed, so.
Improving what they say that means there is obviously things or evidence, but without evidence, it doesn't have any plan. So I don't want to know why we should be here, but I don't want. And then I think everyone, most people go. Look, if you want to do it out, please do, but if you want to help,
No.
argue the case at this point in time.
No, madam.
Because in the end, the school will evaluate all the evidence and only the evidence.
Indeed, so, madam. It's just to lay the path for the evidence we need, madam.
But it's Simon, I'm sure you have any objection.
No, my lady.
You make it.
Why are we here? I will first, in general, summarize what we understand to be here, the reasons why we're here. It's been alleged that Ms. Myeni is a delinquent director, and certain allegations have been made, and we're here to deal with those allegations. We have no doubts of any reasons not to want to deal with these allegations. Now, at the outset, we want to put it clearly that it is our view, and we trust that the evidence will bear us out on this, is that there is no case here. There is none. Why? Because when we first received this case, we were told by the plaintiffs that there's allegations around BNP Capital, EY reports, Emirates deal, Airbus, etc. The plaintiff has concluded its case, hasn't laid any evidence on Airbus, sorry, I beg your pardon, any evidence on BNP Capital. Why? Because it subsequently emerges to them as well that there is no case. Same goes for EY report, central part of this case. So we now start our defense with 50% of this case non-existent, as we've come to meet it. That's interesting. We proceed because, I mentioned this because when we started this case at the end of January, we had 2 days of an opening address where all the evidence was there, or sorry, not evidence, but submissions were made with regards to BNP, submissions were made with regards to EY. And that's my point, my lady.
And, my lady, I must object to this. This is an abuse of an opening statement. The reason why, and the plaintiff said as much, the reason why the plaintiff stopped their case before going to BNP and Emirates was not because they thought they couldn't provide the evidence. It was because after all the evidence that was led, the plaintiffs, wrongly or rightly, decided that they had proved their case and didn't need the further evidence. So this is a misconstrual entirely, and it's an abuse of an opening statement, my lady. But, milady, legally speaking, if a plaintiff chooses not to lead evidence, but my lady, at law, my learned friend cannot then make an inference that there was insufficient evidence. Thank you, my lady. As the court pleases.
Indeed, so. Thank you.
So please take that into consideration, and that is why I asked you why this opening statement at this point in time. It is not normal procedure, and that's why I haven't heard anything to indicate that this would be of assistance to the person being discussed.
No, madam. Let's proceed then. It's not my intention to be long either. It's just a summary of what we perceive the case to be. And in our view, this case is about boardroom politics. Yes, madam. Yes. Yes, ma'am. That's fine, ma'am. Well, my lady, with your leave, may I then just summarize it in a very few minutes about the evidence we need, which we believe is exculpatory. Yes. Yes. Indeed so. Well, indeed so, madam. The evidence will lead is simple, madam. Two parts only, because there's two components of this case. The first one being that we will lead evidence that shows that the first defendant did in fact approve for the executive to proceed with the Emirates deal. Secondly, on Airbus. The evidence will be that it was the board that had wanted to explore the prospect of a local leasing company, and it was neither the chair in her individual capacity or, as far as we know, any ulterior motive by any member of the board, but it was just conduct, it was things being done in the best interest of the company, which both Airbus and National Treasury were amenable to listen to, provided that it worked. So, my lady, we may proceed. My lady, if I may call our first witness, Ms. Myeni.
More witnesses.
She's first.
I thought you had some surprises.
No. Can we borrow the chair so that we can assist her with the conduct? I'm sorry, that chair.
No, there isn't. There isn't, my lord and my lady. Indeed, my lady. So when she
My lady, I can stand if it's allowed.
Please, my lady, if we would.
My lady, I will follow the procedure.
And he says that the report indicates
saw an advert. Then I was referred to talk to the DG of the department. At the time, it was Molife. I can't remember her name. At the time, I was asked for a brief interview, which is a normal course, it's a normal process. I was asked to submit my curriculum vitae, which I did. And then I was called that my name was shortlisted by Mrs. Hogan. Maybe if I can finalize that, I was then told that I'm shortlisted, but the process is a cabinet approval process because of the size of the entity, the SOE. For me, that is the normal process that I had to undergo. And I then got to hear that our names were read in Parliament as the people that were shortlisted for the board. Add some of the things, but of particular interest to say, is your other name Cynthia? I took a particular interest, my lady, to say, why would you call me Cynthia, or where does this come from? Because I do not like the name. And then I said, yes, my other given name is Cynthia. He laughed. Then he said, I heard the Duduzile Cynthia Myeni being read in the cabinet memo. That was a submission that had been done. So I looked at the Duduzile Myeni, and then that coincided. Hence I'm saying, is your other name Cynthia? That is how he got to know about my appointment. He had no contribution in my appointment at the South African Airways. And secondly, in all my journey, in my career, my lady, there's never been one single entity which I served in where he would in particular be interested or be party to that particular entity, except for his foundation.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to start with what we have as Emirates Bundle, Volume 1. I'm going to the South African Airways Comprehensive Network Fleet Plan that starts at page 14. 14, 14, my lady. Have we, page 14. Thank you. Do you recognize this document?
My lady, I do recognize this document before the court.
What is it?
It's a South African Airways Comprehensive Network and Fleet Plan.
Can you give us some context of what this document was about?
Part of the mandate of the South African Airways Board was to turn the airline around. Turning an airline around meant doing a comprehensive long-term turnaround strategy, which was approved by the Cabinet. Therefore, part of the LTTS contained a report on the network and fleet plan, but what we decided to do as the board was to say, let us look at an independent consulting firm that was going to do a proper review of whether what we have done is good in terms of the global standards and also can stand the test, can also yield the results that we wanted to achieve as the airline. And therefore, this is a report that was done by Intervistas, which is a consulting firm that presented to us.
Now, ma'am, I will not go into the in-depth contents of this report, but I will just ask you to make reference to page 66. Now, if you look at page 66, it's titled Recommendations and Conclusions. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, the one in particular I want you to read for us is the following. It's the fourth bullet point from the top. It starts with the word add. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What does it say, ma'am?
Add daily Johannesburg, Dubai with A340-600 aircraft and expand code share alliance with Emirates.
Now, do you see there that there's something of a footnote?
Yes,
What's the number of the footnote?
26.
Now, can we go to the bottom of the document and see what the footnote says as under point 26? Do you see that?
Footnote 26
Yes.
reads as requires South African government to enforce order that Emirates reduce Dubai-Johannesburg frequency to the authorized 3 daily flights.
Right. Now, I'd like you now to turn back to page 44. The last paragraph. There's a heading there that says, under 5.1, that says changes in fleet. Do you see that?
Yes, I can.
Now, there's last paragraph. Can you read that last paragraph for us, please? It starts with a review.
A review of new route opportunities show that few can support the operational cost of an A340. Only one new route can profitably support an A340-600, that is Dubai in partnership with Emirates, assuming a reduction in Emirates Dubai Johannesburg, flying and replacing this reduction with an SAA flight. Even here, an A330 produces better results, but no aircraft are currently available to operate new flying of any kind.
Right, thank you. Now I'm going to ask you to read one last chapter, page 15.
1.5.
1.5. So we're going back a little. The heading is called Executive Summary. There's the last paragraph at the bottom. You see that?
Yes, I do.
It starts with almost all the actions. You see it?
Yes.
Now, may you please read that last paragraph with almost all the actions. It's quite lengthy and you can stop after point 2 in the middle of the paragraph. But carry on.
Must I
Yes.
start from almost?
Yes.
Almost all the actions proposed are ones that South African Airways can unilaterally implement. However, several will require the assistance of government, not in providing further financial support, but in taking actions to allow South African Airways to seize upon route opportunities. 1. Negotiations with Ghana to allow Accra, Washington. 2. Enforce current air service agreements requiring that Emirates only operate the capacity permitted to the South African Airways, so that SAA has an opportunity to compete.
Now, thank you. Was this report presented to the board?
My lady, it was presented to the board and it was adopted and approved by the board.
The last line you say, enforce current air service agreements requiring that Emirates only operate the capacity permitted so that SAA has an opportunity to compete. What did you understand that to mean?
I think there is history to this relationship.
Yes.
I don't know if I may
Yes.
delve into that history.
Go.
It would be understood that the SAA and Emirates has a code-share agreement. But in 2010, during the World Cup, Emirates was allowed more frequencies.
Can you please explain what frequencies are?
It's the number of times that particular airline, which is not South African Airways, comes into the country, into our shores.
Thank you. Then you may proceed. Then you may proceed with the history.
So in 2010, Emirates frequencies were increased. But there was a proviso that the increase was because, or it was as a result of the 2010 World Cup. After that, there was an understanding and an agreement that that was going to be taken away. In other words, it was a temporary arrangement. In 2014, if I may continue, the former CEO by the name of Mr. Galawe wrote to the Department of Transport, who is responsible for policy and issuing these frequencies, complaining that the South African business is shrinking, and therefore we would like you to keep your word in terms of the agreement you had given to the to Emirates for these frequencies that were increased. In part, if I may, advocate, it meant that Emirates would land in ORT and also land in Durban and also land in Cape Town. Not only the arrivals, but these frequencies became basically 16 because they don't go back empty. So obviously the international market was shaken, and as a result the CEO wrote a letter to the department, and the department responded positively by saying we shall indeed enforce what was decided in 2010, and then Emirates must go back to the original arrangement that we as the government of the Republic had given. And my lady, if I may, we as the South African Airways, and I speak on behalf of a collective and I speak as the board, we did not get the kind of permission to other countries where we would have that kind of freedom in their countries, where we would land as we please. You land in a country, in any country, and you go back, but you don't do the internal, or you don't land in other destinations within the country, because that is the responsibility of the feeder of that particular airline, which is a smaller airline.
Right. Now we'll get to the critical part. It has been alleged that you prevented executives of SAA from signing a non-binding MOU with Emirates, and as a result thereof, South African Airways' relationship with Emirates collapsed, and the airline lost a massive business opportunity. Others put it in the billions. My question to you is, do you accept the allegation that you were responsible for the collapse of the relationship?
I must object, my lady. It's never been our case that the relationship with EK collapsed, with Emirates collapsed. In fact, what many of our witnesses testified was that what happened was that the existing relationship with Emirates merely continued as a result of this lost opportunity. So there was no collapse in a relationship. What collapsed was this new deal.
Now, maybe specifically, just not to confuse this lady, otherwise she might be forced to answer something that is not actually the case. This time it is correct. The only allegation regarding the collapse is regarding the Emirates deal, the specific deal. That is also how I understood the claim in this case.
Okay. I'll rephrase the question now. Do you accept the allegation that you collapsed the potential deal or business opportunity that South African Airways would have had with Emirates?
My lady, I don't accept the allegation. It is baseless and it is not true. I've read on media and I've heard this allegation. It is incorrect. And I'm glad I'm before the court to state the facts about the Emirates deal. And I've seen that it has even been priced. It's got billions of rands.
Right. Okay.
It is not true.
Thank you. Now, evidence has been led to the effect that sometime at the beginning of May, this Emirates MOU was presented to the board for consideration. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Now, if you may go for me to page 117.115. Do you have that?
I have it.
Now, that at the bottom of the page is what appears to be an email from yourself. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the time signature there says this is sent on the 2nd of May at 7:54 a.m. And it is addressed to John Tambi, Tony Dixon, Yake Kwinana, and I think another Yake email, and then Wolf Mayer. Do you see that?
Yes.
The heading is Emirates MOU and Proposed Communication. Now, may you please read to the court what it is that you wrote on this email.
My lady, the email reads as follows. Good morning, colleagues. Please find the attached revised MOU with Emirates. I have asked the acting CEO some questions and await his response. Given the urgency of our travel to Dubai, I have decided to forward the same questions to Sylvain, something I prefer not to do, to write directly to the executives. One concern of this memorandum of understanding, over and above what I will forward to you, is that Emirates is now going to, there is a typo there, it says NOE.
That's right.
Is now going to enjoy 8 frequencies. SAA is giving them more frequencies, yet we complain that our business is shrinking. I urgently need to know why we want to give more to them and not to claim the same to them over and above code share. We are giving them more. Dr. Tambi, why are we allowing Emirates to fly into the country different destinations instead of getting into ORT only? We keep saying our local routes are not profitable. Yet it is the very executives that open these routes to foreign carriers. Is there anything I need to know that I don't know? I will not allow other carriers to enjoy many internal or domestic frequencies at the expense of South African Airways. Sylvain must know our concerns, and he must be part of continuing to grow SAA and not to allow competitors to take advantage. Why would we shrink SAA and give Emirates 8 frequencies? I've been asked to go, excuse me, my lady. I've been asked to go to Dubai on Monday without having seen this document, there is urgency for us to go to Dubai. It is important to have an urgent board meeting before we go. We need your approval as the board. I need to inform National Treasury. We must all be aligned. It is important. Then I signed.
Thank you. Did you ever receive a response to this email, ma'am?
I did not receive any response.
Now, can we go back to the top of it? And I want to make particular reference to one line, and I'd like your thoughts on it. It says, I have decided to forward the same questions to Sylvain. Something I prefer not to do, to write directly to executives. Do you see that?
Sorry, is it in the same email that
Yes.
I read? Okay.
First paragraph, sorry.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Last line of the first paragraph. Now, the question I need to ask you is the following. You say here, I have decided to forward the same questions to Sylvain, something I prefer not to do, to write directly to executives. What do you mean, something you prefer not to do, to write directly to executives?
The chair of the board, my lady, I apologize. Sometimes I respond to looking at advocates. The chair of the board's responsibility starts and ends with the board, and then we facilitate a meeting between the board and the executives through the chairman and the CEO. That is the protocol. Therefore, if I were to write to the executives, it means then I am getting into the terrain of the CEO. Therefore, Sylvain Bosch was part of the executive team, which belonged to the CEO. So if I needed to communicate into the group, into the airline, into the group, I needed to communicate through the CEO. That is the kind of the protocol in terms of the relationship between the board and the executives. Hence, because I'm mindful of not getting into the space that is not mine, I put this into the email that I am copying, or I'm talking to Sylvain directly, because he was heading a very important unit at SAA. He was responsible for commercial. So part of these relationships, a group executive who was a commercial expert, a foreigner, by the way, he was not from South Africa, he was from France, but he came with highly recommended, I think he was appointed by the former CEO Kalau, but that, in a nutshell, is the reason why I put it here, so that the CEO does not feel that I have had a direct communication with the executives.
You see, there were allegations made along the lines that you were in the habit of giving instructions to executive members. Do you accept those allegations?
May I ask you to repeat the question?
There was an allegation made that said you were in the habit, or did it frequently, to give direct orders to members of the executive. Do you accept that allegation?
I don't. It is not true.
Now,
May I?
yes, you may.
My lady, when there is a need, for instance, we had acting CEOs, and I remember in one occasion where we had an extended special board meeting, which the CEO was allowed to invite the executives. So I'm saying that there were no direct instructions that would come from me straight to the executives.
Now, let's turn over the page again to 117.116.
Sorry,
117.116, the last part of the email that we are dealing with. You say there, I've been asked to go to Dubai on Monday without having seen this document. What do you mean by that?
That would have been the memorandum of understanding reviewed.
But what is this about being asked to go to Dubai?
There was an invitation that I go to, I think it's an air show or of some sort.
Yeah.
Now, I don't recall specifics about the invitation, but in part I was to meet the President of Emirates and in part discuss the Memorandum of Understanding.
Did you accept this invitation?
I did accept the invitation.
Did you attend?
I did not.
Why was that?
Some, on my side, some commitments emerged, but I capitalized on the fact that there was a trip by the President or the Vice President. I can't remember whether he was, Vice President at Emirates. He was coming to the country. Therefore, I thought I could then use that opportunity to meet a senior representative of Emirates while he's in South Africa so that I could also be able to attend to other pressing commitments that emerged. But I did release the CEO to travel to Dubai.
Thank you. Now, I'd like us to go to page. Okay, before we go there, can you then tell us, in your recollection, what happened after you wrote this email of the 2nd of May? Or what did the board do, or what then transpired?
In terms of
About this Emirates MOU. In other words, you get this presentation on the 2nd of May, then you respond. Do you recall then what the board did next, or what the executive did next, or?
there was an urgent request that we expedite the process of approving the MOU. But then the board had decided that a review team would be responsible to ensure that the MOU favors SAA as well. It does not take away the business from SAA. So the review team, which was led by Dr. Tambi, because I would want them to go onto the technicalities of the MOU. So Dr. Tambi is an aviation expert who was part of the board, and Sylvain Bosch was part of the team that led, that reviewed the MOU, including senior pilots of SAA with over 15 to 20 years of experience, who's got the interests of the airline at heart, not only just senior pilots, but the selection of the people that were going to be party to the review of the Emirates MOU comprised of a number of people with different technical expertise. Therefore, at that time, I write this email, I'm not receiving responses, but at the same time, there is pressure that we must approve this MOU, but the review team is yet to present to the board because there were issues of the airline giving away its market share, but at the same time, there is a pressure that we must approve. Therefore, there was continuation. At some point, the review team came back and presented to the board, and the board took decisions around the MOU.
Right. If we may now go back to the beginning of your file, page 2A. It's called Notes of the Discussion Session held on Wednesday. You see that? Have you got it? Now,
Yes.
it's been accepted that the date as it appears there of 27 May 2014 is actually a typo, and it actually should be 2015. What I want you to go through is point 3 at the bottom under the heading Purpose. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
May you please read what it says there?
the chairperson explained that the purpose of this session was necessitated by the request from National Treasury to study the Emirates SAA partnership proposal from Emirates and submit its position regarding the said proposal to the shareholder. This would have to be done by 29 May 2015, as this was the date that the board would meet the Minister of Transport to articulate its position regarding the Emirates proposal. The chairperson also pointed out that the company's strategy has been leaked to Emirates, who wanted to implement it, and the fact that this had been unknown to the board, to the board members until recently.
Right. Do you recall this meeting?
My lady, I recall this meeting.
If you see at 1.1, it says present, and it has Ms. Myeni via telecom, chairperson via telecom. Is it true that you attended this meeting via telecom?
I did. I attended the meeting via telecom because it was an urgent meeting.
Why was it normal for you to attend meetings via telecom?
It was not normal, but when, okay, my lady, there are procedures in all entities and organizations. The board charter states that if any director calls or wants to call a meeting, you must allow for 7 days so that you adjust your diary, whoever else adjusts his or her diary, because other directors are working. But also you don't want to be on the faces of the executives who must implement your strategy as the board. Therefore, you just don't wake up the next day and want to call a meeting. But this was necessitated by the letter that came from the National Treasury. I think there was pressure in all fronts, if I may. And therefore, because of that agency, we needed to respond to National Treasury. Therefore, those board members that were available at a short notice, we circulated the letter from National Treasury for them, but at the same time, we said, let us come in and discuss this letter so that we are able to take a collective decision and respond to the minister.
Thank you. Now, I want you to take me back into the file again to page 117.119. The document starts there, but where we are actually going is 117.125, but it starts at 119.
I have the document here.
Now, a document is called Emirates Discussion. Do you remember this?
I remember it.
What was this?
Excuse me.
What was this document?
This is a document by the executives presented to the board. It's Emirates Discussion, and it's titled Board Discussion and dated the 27th of May 2015.
Right. Now, can we go to page 117.125 of this document?
Yes.
Got a heading that says Risk and the Way Forward. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's another subheading called Way Forward.
Yes.
You see. Can you then read what the first bullet point is of this presentation?
It says Risk and the Way Forward. My apologies. My apologies, ma'am.
No, something about this one. Yeah. You sit down. I have to put this to put it.
Risk and the way forward.
Yes, and the way forward.
And the way forward.
Yes.
So the bullet point reads as follows. Board approval of Memorandum of Understanding and media announcement.
So, you said this was a presentation of the executive.
Yes.
Now, can you please provide us with some clarity on this point? This board approval, what kind of approval would this be? And by that I mean, would this be then a board resolution, or would it be some other way to say the board approves? What was your understanding?
By virtue of this document presented to the board, it meant that the board needed to do something about it. The normal process is that the CEO is guided by the delegations of authority. There are levels of decisions that the CEO takes without coming to the board. There are decisions that the CEO may take but inform the board for noting, not for us to take any decision. There are decisions that are presented to the board that needs the board to apply its mind to look at the best interest of the organization first and the national interest. This was quite a contentious matter that was presented to the board. And it is written by them, by the executives, that the board needed to approve the Emirates deal. Therefore, my understanding is that once a proposal of any sort, a partnership agreement, a deal, if I may, once it gets presented to the board, the ExCo would have also discussed it amongst themselves as the executives. And then when it comes to the board does not necessarily rubber stamps. The board applies its minds and exercises its duty and care to ensure that when we take a decision, it is not a decision that is detrimental to our own national carrier. So this particular document that is here before us was presented by the executives to the board, and we were expected to apply our minds, and the date was 27 of May 2015.
Now, were you aware that there was some intention on the part of the executive to have this signed on the 16th of June in Paris?
The acting CEO then alluded to that urgency, that this must be considered urgently by the board, and therefore there is a signing ceremony at the air show. There is an annual air show in Paris that happens, and it is attended. I attended it some other time. It is attended by the executives as well as some board members on invitation. So at those big gatherings, they are global gatherings, some airlines use that particular event to sign big partnership agreements, and therefore Emirates, as you know, is a big global player and is loved by many in the international space and in the aviation space. Therefore, it was going to be a big milestone for South African Airways, especially the acting CEO, to go there and sign this particular arrangement or this partnership or the MOU.
So what I want to understand from you, ma'am, is that you then had an appreciation, if I can put it that, what this air show meant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then maybe we can then go to the events of, my lady, with your guidance, would we be breaking at 1:15 or 1/2? Thank you. Then let's proceed then from the 28th or the 27th when you have this meeting via telecom. What gets discussed or what gets decided at this meeting of the 27th? Do you recall, me? Do you remember what you guys discussed? or
Yeah, I
decided?
remember, but I need to go back to the minutes for accuracy.
Then we'll save time because those are common cause. One of the things that has been said was that you committed at that meeting to revert back to the executive or...
On the 9th of June,
Yes,
yes.
yes. I'm just asking if she recalls that.
I recall that we made an undertaking that we shall, as a matter of urgency, go back to the executives and the CEO by the 9th of June.
Did you do that?
My lady, my long email was of the 2nd of, was it 2nd of June?
May.
Of 2nd of May. That long email that I had written to the CEO on to the board of the 2nd of May, I'm giving a leeway to get the responses of all those critical things that I had raised. And therefore, the CEO had not responded to that. Therefore, 9th of June came and I had not received the responses. And therefore, I had to wait for the review team to come back and present to the board just before the signing. And therefore, the review team did what it ought to have done. It came back to us, presented what they thought was a better memorandum of understanding with all the aspects that favored the airline as well. So when they came to us, it wasn't going to be a presentation that comes to Dudu as an individual, but it was a presentation that ought to have been seen and considered at a board meeting, whether by round robin or in a formal board sitting. And therefore, when they came back to us, we needed to arrange for a board meeting to consider the new memorandum of understanding.
Then, before the 16th of June, did you then engage in that process of considering what that submission was be as the board?
I'm afraid, my lady, the 16th of June came without us being ready to have the approval of the board.
Why was that?
Because the board had not set to consider the MOU.
Do you know the reasons why the board hadn't said?
Because it took time for us to get the review team to come back to us. First, we wanted the review team to engage with the board, to say the before MOU, the after MOU, and all the other aspects of that MOU that were a concern to the rest of the team.
Now, I'd like us then to go to page, there's an email that starts at page 164. Starts at 164, but where I'm going with it is 168. Do you see that?
168.
Yeah, it starts at 164, but where we are actually going is at 168.
Yes.
Now, evidence has been laid on this email, and I'll read it and solicit your views on this point. It says, I'll start at the first bullet point at the top. It says, upon my arrival in Paris on 15 May, we've accepted that's 15 June, Emirates requested an engagement. Having been made uncertain as to my reason for cancelling my press around SAA Emirates relationship enhancement, I advised Emirates that we don't have complete unanimity at this time, and that I do not want to be in a position of contradiction with my chair on this matter. Emirates advised that they would escalate to the highest office in South Africa, as they feel that SAA have not acted in good faith, nor presented any reason for not signing the non-binding MOU. They further advised that the failure to make any further progress not only threatens the value of the proposition on the table, but would force them to reconsider the existing relationship with SAA, noting that this means 170, that's in brackets, it says, noting that this means 170 million rand per year to SAA in current profits, as well as considering the strategic cooperation agreements signed with Emirates by Minister of Tourism in early May. Goes on. It says, I advise that I cannot, or rather do not want to execute the MOU without the concurrence of my chairperson. Carries on. It says, in the early hours of 16 June, I received a call from the SAA chair advising that the chair had in the early hours of 16 June received a call from the president on this matter, to which I provided background that Emirates had threatened to escalate, but obviously that such escalation would not be through me. By 8 o'clock on 16 June, the Emirates business representative in SA confirmed the escalation to the president. Shortly after which I received an SMS from the chair that I am not to execute the non-binding MOU. Do you see that? Do you recall those events?
I do.
Is it true that you called the acting CEO in the early hours of 16 June?
I called the CEO, but not in the early hours. I don't know what that means, but I did call the CEO
And
on
when,
the 16th of June.
and when you called the CEO, what did you say to him?
I asked him a question, how come I get President Zuma calling me as the then president of the country at the time? In fact, it escaped me to even try to comprehend how does he know that South African Airways is busy with a memorandum of understanding between an airline to the airline. My lady, I don't know if it would serve this court well if I were to explain the protocol. I am an old lady that very much respects the protocol. The protocol. Thank you very much. Thanks, my lady. between South African Airways and Emirates. It was an important matter, but I was surprised that he knew about it. Hence, I asked the then acting CEO, Nico Bezuidenhout, why am I being called by the president on this matter? I then said I would like to delve into the issues of protocol. Cabinet relinquishes its power to the shareholder representative, being the minister of that particular department, which SAA reports to. At the time, SAA was reporting to National Treasury. Now, at least at the most, I would have expected, I can't remember whether it was Minister Nene who was in that portfolio at the time. So I would have expected that kind of a call. But by virtue of me receiving a call from the president, I needed then to escalate the matter to my direct shareholder representative, being the minister. He said, why am I getting calls by Emirates to deal with the issues of the MOU? I'm asking Nico Bezuidenhout, why am I being called by president? So this particular line you read, that I did call Nico on the 16th to say, why am I getting calls from the president regarding the MOU between SAA and Emirates? Why is the president calling me about this? Because this is a board matter. It's not a cabinet matter, nor has the minister gone to the president to complain that SAA is not doing its part. But my lady, this whole thing became a big media brouhaha, if I may put it that way. That's why I am saying, let me explain the protocol. There is no direct reporting by an entity like SAA to the president. Whether I serve in the Jacob Zuma Foundation or not, it doesn't mean that I take issues of SAA to the president. So that is the protocol I'm referring to. If I had issues at SAA, the board as a collective will take a decision. I never took a decision alone. I'm here alone, but I represent the board. There is no decision that is not a collective decision in the leadership of any entity. So I then said, this is really not necessary and it is not good. So I phoned the acting CEO.
Right. Can we then go back to that email which is at 168? That's where we were.
Is that 168?
Yes.
I'm with you.
Now, there's a couple of role players. There's one particular role player I want to inquire as to whether you know this person or had an idea of who this person was. It says that very same paragraph where we read, find the exact line. I'll start it again and I'll stop when I get there. It says, upon my arrival in Paris on the 15th of June, should have been, Emirates requested an engagement, having been made uncertain as to my reason for cancelling any press around the SAA/Emirates relationship enhancement. I advised Emirates that we don't have complete unanimity on this, at this time, and that I do not want to be in a position of contradiction with my chair on this matter. Emirates advised that they would escalate to the highest office in SA as they feel SAA has not acted in good faith, nor presented any reason for not signing the non-binding MOU. They further advised that the failure to make any further progress not only threatens the value proposition on the table, but would force them to reconsider the existing relationship, which SAA, noting that this means 170 million, as well as considering a strategic cooperation agreement signed with the SAA. Now, where I actually wanted to go is that the next paragraph, it says, same issue. In the early hours of 16 June, I received a call from SAA Chair advising that the Chair had received a call from the President on this matter, to which I provided the background that Emirates had threatened to escalate, but obviously the escalation would not be through me. By 8 o'clock 16 June, Emirates business representative in SA confirmed the escalation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know who that SAA business representative in South Africa was? Yes. Yes.
My lady, the representative of Emirates in South Africa, in my recollection, is Hamza Faruqi. Because he is amongst the people that had gone to see the president, and in part, the same person was phoning me every single day to get this MOU done. And I kept asking him, what is your role? Because one, he never presented at SAA. Two, I did not know that we have a consultant that is between SAA and Emirates. And therefore, I ended up engaging to say, why am I getting calls from you, Hamza? And he explained that he is consulting, he's part of the team of Emirates working on this MOU with SAA.
Now, I'd like us to go to page 117A. It's behind the numbers there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got it.
Thank you. We have the what is a screenshot of SMS messages, which it seems we've accepted are from your telephone or your mobile phone. Now, there's a text there at the bottom, dated 16 June 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
It starts off with morning cleaners.
Correct.
Do you remember this text, ma'am?
I remember the text.
Was it sent by yourself?
Yes.
And who were you addressing it to?
Cleaners.
Who is Cleaners?
My lady, Cleaners is Nico President-Holt's wife. Therefore, if Nico was not available, sometimes Nico would switch off his phone and say, I don't want to respond on any matters of business. Therefore, I would like you to have my wife's phone so that if, in case you need to say anything, you text me on my wife's phone. So I had that type of an arrangement that we would communicate. He would send me an SMS on the wife's phone and I would respond on the wife's phone.
Now, it says, "Morning Glennis, hope you are well. Another call came through 3 minutes ago. We do not approve signing of any non-binding MOU. No approval is given on any commitments on this matter. Best regards." Did you write that?
I did.
Now let's go through the substance thereof. I'll start in the middle of it. You say, "We do not approve any signing of any non-binding MOU." When you say "we," what do you mean, ma'am?
My lady, I was responsible for the national carrier, which is South African Airways, and therefore as a board chairperson, I was responsible for a collective. So I never at any given time speak and act as though SAA was my business. And therefore, every time I said something, I would say it on behalf of the board. There was no board resolution to this effect. Therefore, I could not state that I have not approved. That was not the spirit at which I would communicate. If I said I would be saying I to the board members to state my personal views, which on voting, my personal views would then be voted out or outvoted or approved, and then we take, even if I'm the only one who votes on something and the rest of the board members say no to it, I own it as a collective because that's how the decisions were made. Therefore, when I was saying I've received another call, no, I said we do not approve signing. It's still the board as a collective.
Now, the question is, you say another call came through 3 minutes ago. Do you remember
Correct.
who that call was from?
Hamza Faruqi was calling me non-stop.
And what was he saying to you?
Asking if they can sign the memorandum in Paris.
So why then were you prompted to then write to Mr. Prezedino to give these instructions to him? Or why did you then feel the need to send this message to Mr.
I
Prezedino?
did not have any business to do with Hamza. That's a starting point. Or neither did the board have any business to do with Hamza as an Emirates consultant. So in other words, I felt we are being hounded by Emirates indirectly that sign this deal, sign this deal. Therefore, my communication would be to the CEO. The board had not taken a decision around the signing of the MOU, and the pressure that was mounting on me necessitated that I'm saying, I'm getting these calls. And upon learning when they came back from Paris, Hamza was with the team in Paris.
Now, my lady, we have, since the other day's discovery of documents where we also discovered what we said was incomplete board minutes, we've prepared a little bundle, my lady, which I'd like to make reference to. Yes, ma'am.
My lady, my learned friend is trying to introduce all the documents now.
No, we can take that one first.
We've already accepted those full minutes. But yes, but we haven't accepted the whole fresh discovery.
My lady, I only seek to use the minutes. Thank you. Yes. Now, we've been presented with these members. These are minutes of the continuation of the South African Airways SOC Ltd Board of Directors meeting held on Friday, 10 July 2015. Do you remember those?
Yes, I do.
Now, can we go to point 4.4, which appears at page 2?
Yes, I have it.
It says Emirates relationship. Can you please what it says there? Read please what it says.
My apologies. My lady, I'm sorry. I'm left-handed, so all this that
Oh, just to the front.
maybe in the front rather.
Front. Speak on-
My lady, the continuation of the minutes and the paragraph 4.4 on Emirates relationship reads as follows. The board confirmed that it was satisfied with the draft non-binding Emirates Memorandum of Understanding and concluded that the next process, as outlined in the action list from the meeting held on 3 July 2015 with the Emirates Operational Review Team, should be followed.
Right, can we stop there, please?
Thank you.
What do you mean? What did it mean that the board confirmed that it was satisfied with the draft non-binding Emirates MOU?
This is one of the, or part of the approval process that I was referring to when I said on the 9th of June, we have not had a board meeting. One, we had not seen also the Emirates Review Team. That's the title we gave to the team that was responsible for the MOU. Therefore, this was after we had ticked all the boxes that we wanted to tick as the board to ensure that the approval processes have gone through all the necessary governance processes. Therefore, this was part of the full deliberations, and what gave us confidence as the board was the fact that Dr. Tambi, who is a PhD, is a doctor in aviation, was part of this review team. So when they presented to us, we had no objection to approving because we were now happier that the SAA's interests have been served. In other words, we had to guard against our own national carrier through a decision that was in favor of SAA through this review team. Therefore, that is the long and short of it was that it is at that particular meeting on the 10th of July that the approval of Emirates deal was done.
Was there a resolution?
There was a board resolution.
Can we go to page 7 of 9?
On the same minutes.
Same minutes. At the back of it. Now it says page 7 of 9 of these minutes. So at the bottom, there's 2 signatures. You see that?
Yes.
And Can you identify any of the signatures? There's one above chairperson. Is that your signature?
The one, yes, it's my signature, and the other one is the company secretary's signature.
Now, are you saying then you signed these minutes?
I signed the minutes.
Now, please clarify for us your understanding of what happened, in the sense that after these minutes on the 10th of July said the board is satisfied with the Emirates MOU, do you know why then it was not implemented? Or this resolution was not implemented?
In attendance at this meeting, my lady, was Nico Bezaidenhout. He was at this meeting. I cannot say why the implementation was not followed through. But after the whole Paris debacle and my name being dragged into the mud for a long time, and being made a scapegoat around the losses that are being incurred by not signing this memorandum of understanding, I said, I no longer care what happens thereafter. Here is an approval. The board applied its mind. May I also say this, my lady? If I was set up and signed this against the interdict by the Department of Transport against Emirates, and all the questions I had asked on the 2nd to the executives, I was still going to be doomed, because Sunday Times ran with a story that says Zuma blocked Emirates deal, because every other blame was Dudu or Zuma, which was quite unfortunate. I never had a voice. I still don't have a voice. Therefore, this was my voice to say, let's finalize, conclude this, but let's go through what I would be satisfied to say. I applied my mind. I exercised duty, care, and skill. That is the responsibility of every board member. That is why today I'm an expert in governance, because I know you don't just see something that is presented to you, you put a stamp and say approved. So I know, I don't know, but this is an opportunity for me to say it is not true, my lady, that the Emirates deal was blocked by Dudu. It is not true, my lady, that SAA lost monies and billions of rands because we did not approve this. But I can safely say, maybe Nico Bezaidenhout did not get an opportunity to go and shine in France to sign in the presence of the world or global leaders in the aviation space. And therefore he comes back, he makes me a scapegoat. Not only that, he and Emirates are the ones who contacted Mr. Zuma, but because the narrative in the country is as bad as that, I was also wrapped into the same fold as a person who is a delinquent director that decided not to sign the Emirates deal, but I was made a scapegoat. My lady, in as far as this MOU is concerned, it is before you. Nobody was interested in implementing it, and I did not care whether it was implemented or not. But all I did was what was supposed to be done by the board, and not Dudu, the collective. Thanks, Chair.
Now, what I want you to then affirm for me is the following. Is it then your submission that, as far as you know, on the 10th of July, the board expressed itself on this issue?
It is my submission, my lady, and it is my understanding that we concluded the MOU between Emirates and SAA. Can I add that per the recommendations that were brought before us?
Now, what I'm interested in is that email we read at page 168.
Yes.
Now, this is quite a lengthy email that details a lot of events. And what I'm curious to get your view about is that it's that bullet point that starts with by 8 o'clock, 800 hours on 16 June. The Emirates business representative in South Africa confirmed the escalation to the president. Shortly thereafter, I received an SMS from the chair that I am not to execute the non-binding MOU. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, then we go back to the previous one, because I need to combine this thing, but I have to come this from the back. It says, in the early hours of 16 June, I received a call from SAA Chair, advising that the chair had received a call from the president on this matter, to which I provided the background that that Emirates had threatened to escalate, but obviously such escalation would not be through me. Do you see that?
Yes.
What I'm interested to get your views on is the following. What do you make of the fact that in this email, nobody says to you, Chair, you told me that I must not sign this MOU because President Zuma said so. This is the case we're now here to answer. But I'm interested to know your views as to say, why was this not said to you here? Do you know?
I think the context is that when they came back from Paris, the team, this was the chronology of the account that they had to put before us, because there was a lot of noise by those that use pen to write and rubbish me in the media. So this chronology was given to me by Mr. Bezaidenhout, Nico Bezaidenhout. Therefore, he's giving me an elaborate response in terms of what happened. Now, if it was me then, or if it was him who had called President Zuma, he would have said it here. But my understanding in terms of what you are asking is that he knew that, my lady, Emirates would escalate the matter to the president. I don't know whether they had access to the president or not, and it was not my place to ask whether they have access or not. But for me, it meant that we were being, as the board, being reported to the highest powers that be. But my highest powers that be was the minister. So if I get a call from the higher up, I go to the minister, because the shareholder compact requires of me, with a relationship that we sign with the minister and the board through the chair, is that every communication between the board and the department that is the responsible department of the airline goes between me and the minister. So I kept the minister updated about what was happening on the MOU, and I kept him updated about what, I no longer want to mention the name of the media, of the newspaper that ran the story on the headlines, that Zuma instructed Dudu not to sign the Airbus deal.
So what I'm saying to you, though, That was the story in the media,
Yes,
that you'd been instructed.
yes.
But when the acting CEO is giving you context, because he says, to quote his exact words, in the early hours of 16 June, I received a call from the SAA chair advising that the chair had received a call from the president on this matter, to which I provided the background that Emirates had threatened to escalate. Do you see that?
Yes.
What I'm asking here, man, is this. In this detailed summary of events, nobody says to you, and you, Chair, said to me, Mr. Zuma said don't sign the deal. What do you make of the fact that it's not included here?
A lie is a lie. So I think the fact that it is not included here, it means it did not happen. It means Emirates are the ones who escalated everything, my lady, to the president.
Thank you. Now, certain allegations were made to the effect that you didn't support the Emirates MOU because you thought Emirates was out to take over SAA. Is there any truth in that?
I don't think that is true. In fact, it is not true.
There was another allegation that you said you didn't like certain airlines because they'd come to South Africa and steal wild animals. Did you say anything to that effect?
I wouldn't say such things, but I would certainly read about them on the media. At that time, in 2015, my lady, I no longer read any newspapers. But at the time, I would read about some game being loaded in some cargo planes and stuff like that. But it would have been something that is in the public space. But I wouldn't say those things responsibly. So I can't say that.
Now, I think we've covered all of Emirates.
Sorry, my lady. Can I say this? That
Yes.
When I'm being asked to say I did not like Emirates because they would take our business, is that what you said?
No. There was an allegation to say you said Emirates was going to steal animals in the country. And I
No,
asked
before
you-
that. Sorry, before that question.
The question you say, well, Emirates had an intention of taking over SAA, buying SAA.
I think I was very elaborate in my email of the 2nd.
Yes.
Those were my concerns. Any other fabrication I would call it fabrication.
Do I understand correctly when you say that you never feared that Emirates took over SAA?
My lady, I spoke about the airline shrinking, and I spoke about the airline giving away its own domestic and international market. I spoke about all that in that email that I read aloud here. So I raised my concerns. My concerns are in black and white. So I wouldn't say something around the airline with the responsibility that is as huge as chairing that board without penning all those concerns down. I have, and I did write them down to say, why should we open our skies to the competing airlines? But if it is a government policy, let it be so. Let it be done.
Now, I'd like you to go to page 177. I think it's volume 2. Bundle 2, my lady. Now, there's a letter addressed, do you see it now?
Yes, sir.
From the Civil Aviation Authority. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know anything about this letter?
I know about the letter.
Okay. This was.
But please, can you clarify when you say, do I know?
I'm saying, have you ever come across this letter?
No, but I know the contents.
The contents there.
Yes.
Then let's read what the contents, and then get what your views are. This is a letter addressed to Mr. Nico Prezedenhout from the Department of Transport, Branch Civil Aviation. Subject, Emirates Airline operation of 4th frequency into Johannesburg. And it reads as follows. Reference is made to South African Airways letters dated 22 August and 7 October 2014 from the former Chief Executive Officer Mr. Munabi Sukwalawe, as well as your letter dated 16 March 2015. As you may be aware, the Department of Transport is still engaged in a pending legal matter with Emirates Airlines regarding the introduction of the 4th frequency. I have noted with concern the new developments in regard to the SAA/Emirates Airlines discussions. In lieu of this, I request your guidance with regard to your initial request that the matter be put on hold until discussions are concluded, and the fact that new partnership arrangement was not signed. Do you know that?
I do.
Do you know, you say you know the contents. Can you elaborate in terms of what was going on here?
My lady, as I indicated earlier on, that in 2014, the former CEO of SAA, Mr. Kalawe, had written to the department, I think as a result of the 2010 increased frequencies to Emirates. And I think this letter then was a follow-up, because at that time, if I look at the date, there was so much noise in the media that we have abandoned. I remember reading something that we had abandoned a 1.2 or 2.2 billion worth of a relationship between SAA and Emirates. So I did not see this letter, nor did I see that Nico had written to the department to say, please put any other decision you might have about Emirates on hold. So that's as far as I know.
Do you know about any other letters that members of SAA executive wrote to the Department of Transport?
Subsequent to this?
Yes.
I don't, my lady.
But it's pointless to take you to that. Then let's go back to the beginning of the bundle, volume 1, page 3. Page 3, Malik. Page 3 of bundle 1. We're just going to jump around from this start of this file to the back end of this file again. This is a letter. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Addressed to the Honorable Minister Nhlanhla, right?
Correct.
Now, and the heading is Request for Update Meeting. Now, at the bottom of the page, again, I see there's your name and signature. Is that correct?
Correct, that's my signature.
And there's a date.
And the date is.
And then the pages that follow, all the way, have your initials DCM at the bottom of each page, right?
Yes.
Now, what I'm interested in, so in my book, it runs until page 13.
Yes.
It says, in conclusion, Honorable Minister, strong implementation. And you've got your initial there at the bottom, right?
Yes.
Now, please explain certain things for us. Who would draft this letter, or such a letter?
My lady, the process of writing letters to and from the minister, I am the point of call between the shareholder ministry and the board. So the minister would communicate to the board through me as the chair. So this letter can and could be drafted by the CEO after the deliberations of the board and decisions of the board, depending on the technicality of the matters, or the other letter to other stakeholders can be and would be drafted on my behalf by the company secretary. So this is a very technical letter. As you can see that there was a 90-day action plan implementation that was being done. But what then, my lady, mean here, if you look at these pages, I initial them. After I've satisfied myself with reading a draft, because I wouldn't just sign on each and every letter without reading and also ensuring that the contents of the letter is aligned to what the board knows, is aligned to the decisions of the board, or I have been briefed about that particular matter, or the board is aware, well aware about that particular matter. So the update on the 90-day action plan would have been submitted to the board. And therefore now this is now being forwarded to the minister through my office or the company secretary's office. Hence I'm putting my signatures at the bottom so that this shows that I've gone through each and every page, I've read it, and therefore it's the same document that had arrived and served before the board, and now it can readily be sent forward to the minister.
The question then I want to ask you, ma'am, is that would you draft this letter from scratch, or would you edit this letter, or what would you do with this letter?
This letter in the front,
Yes.
my company secretary could write this letter and send it to me for my signature.
Yes.
I have at all times refused of the electronic signature. Therefore, this would be my original signature. But the company secretary would, because she also operated my emails as well, so she would be able to look at what I've scanned back to her and sign. But this, if you look at page 4, it's a report. It's a 60-day status report I'm appraising the minister about. I'm updating Minister Nene about the implementation of the turnaround strategy, which we were behind by 90 days, and therefore we were updating him that 60 days on, this is what we have covered. But I had to also still go through it so that I am satisfied that it's the same presentation that had come to the board. So this is a report.
Thank you. Now, we go to the last page of bundle 3, which is page 223 of bundle 3 of Emirates. save time, I'll give you my copy.
Thank you.
Now, these are the minutes of a meeting. You see that?
Yes.
Dated 15 March.
Yes, 5 March.
5 March, sorry. Were you present at this meeting? Do you recall?
I think I was present.
Right. Now there's point 8.2 at the bottom of that grid. You see that?
Yes.
What is the first column saying? The item.
So the first column says item, and then the 8.2 says acting CEO.
Right, and then inside?
Establishment of an aircraft leasing company.
Now, can you read what it says?
It was It was reported that a discussion paper would be developed on the establishment of an aircraft leasing company. Was actually resting.
So
It was.
Oh, yes, correct.
It was stated that should SAA lack the expertise to draft the discussion paper, then specialists would be engaged to draft the paper. Further discussions on the establishment of a leasing company were also referred to a strategy session of the board.
Now, can you please provide us some context? What was being spoken about when you people were talking about this leasing company?
My lady, I hope I'm allowed to give context to this.
Yes.
You will recall that South African Airways had a fleet of about 60 aircrafts. An aviation expert called Coleman Andrews was hired by the board to come and turn the airline around. In part, he sold all the fleet, led by the then board. There was a chairman as well, and there was a minister. He sold all the aircrafts of SAA. When he sold the aircrafts, he leased them back to SAA. Now, the aircrafts that SAA leases, my lady, we pay in foreign currencies. We don't have an African aircraft leasing company. And as part of turning the airline around, my lady, was to look at what are the cost drivers of the airline. What is it that makes the airline go cap in hand to the government to ask for bailouts? I'm giving this context because if you look at SAA's business, it's divided into two. 60% of our business, I still call it our business as though it was my business or the board's business, but I'm a taxpayer, so 60% of SAA's business is in rands, South African rands, and 40% of the business is in foreign currencies. I hope I'm not mixing that, but I'm just giving you a picture of the division. Now, if the aircrafts that we use as our tool of trade, we have to lease them, and the condition of the leasing agreements is that when the time comes, we must return these aircrafts in a condition that we took them as in 2002 when Coleman Andrews sold those aircrafts. My lady, forgive me, I always put a plural, yet the collective is still aircraft. So essentially it means we borrow to pay. We go to government, ask for guarantees to pay for the leases. That is the biggest cost at SAA. Therefore, in 2002, an order was placed to Airbus for A320s, I think A320-200. That big order that was placed was going to be delivered gradually as they manufacture, they give us. As they manufacture, they give us. So that we were paying for them to manufacture. I'm sure most of you understand the issue of PDPs, those pre-delivery payments that you pay when you ask somebody to manufacture something for you. So in 2002, SAA doesn't have its fleet, but it has shown that there is a bit of profit that it has made, and it thanked the aviation expert Coleman Andrews and gave him 200 million, and he went back to the US. We were left with a house with nothing inside, but we had also sold our own house, so we had no place to stay as SAA. That's just an example I'm making, my lady, forgive me. So in 2002, the then board, an order was placed. Now, every other time, there is delivery of 2 planes. Now, these planes are small. 2, it's an old model. Maybe I can make an example. A320s that you order in 2002, it's the same as you would order a Mercedes-Benz of 1976, but receive it in 2020. So that is an old engine. It might not serve the challenges of this particular time, but at the same time, how do you avert paying the leases again? Because we are not, these airplanes are ordered, but we are going to lease them. So why shouldn't we find our own local aircraft leasing company, which will maybe comprise of your local government entities? You could come with any example you can think of, but SAA was going to be part of, in our discussions, was going to be part of the ownership of the aircraft leasing company, because that is also done in other airlines. Therefore, we benchmarked, so we knew that even other airlines had aircraft leasing companies where this particular airline will own maybe 15 or 25% stake, together with maybe a government entity, any government entity that could want to invest. But that is how the airline would make money, because the only way you make money is through these leases. So this discussion ensued, but I must also admit that any board member was allowed to bring proposals to the table, like executives and everyone. 2 board members thought that this would be a good idea. Whether they say it's a good idea or it's not a good idea, we deliberate. When we talk about these issues, we also look at what is good for the airline. Can it be permissible by the government of the day? Would we be seen to be doing the right things? What about the Department of Transport? Would it be amenable to this type of thing? So there were discussions. But those discussions, when they emerge in the board discussion, in the boardroom, the responsible person that is tasked with the implementation or with exploring if it's something that can be done or not is the CEO. It's not the board. So this action item on these minutes was as a result of that discussion, exploring whether it is doable, because we were just about to receive the other A320s that were now ready to be delivered to SAA. I don't know if I've explained.
Now, one of the things we've had to deal with in this case is what is we refer to as the swap transaction. Do you recall that?
I do.
What was your knowledge and understanding of that swap transaction?
My lady, again, when you look at the network and fleet plan and look at the geographic position of SAA, where we are as the country at the bottom of the hemisphere, you look at whether we are looking at different other countries where we want to fly to. Are we saying the current order of 2002 is the right order or not? Can these old engines save us jet fuel when we start operating them, or you're bringing an old engine that is not going to serve you? All our competing airlines are coming with A330s, they're coming with A350s, but we're still coming with these Gaslers, the old engines. Are we going to compete in this modern and highly tech world, and in fact in the aviation space? Therefore, this discussion of swap was to explore if Airbus would be amenable to changing the 2002 order. I think the remaining order were 10 aircraft. I can't remember accurately, but I think it was 10 that was supposed to be delivered to us. Therefore, that's how I remember the swap transaction of the Airbus.
Who was leading these negotiations and deliberations?
All of us.
When you say all of you, what do you mean?
I'm talking about the board.
Right.
Yes.
When you say leading them, I'm saying, were you negotiating directly with Airbus?
Not really negotiating with Airbus. The board would task the executives. This is not the issue of the board to go and say, go and negotiate. The board has a CEO that is tasked, he's an accounting officer who reports to the board on the actions that the board have taken, and he comes back to the board to report about those actions.
Now, I'm not too sure whether you recall, but did this process require a Section 54 application to National Treasury?
It would certainly require the approval of the shareholder.
If you can go with me to Airbus Bundle Volumes 1 to 3. And under volume 3, I'd like to go to page 155A. You see that?
Yes.
It's a letter from the Minister of Finance, and it's dated at the back 30th of July 2015,
Yes.
and it was addressed to yourself. You see that?
Yes.
And the heading is Application by South African Airways to enter into A320 swap deal with Airbus.
Yes.
As far as you recall, did the minister approve this application for this done in July? Probably his response was in July, but it may have been done earlier. Do you recall?
The minister was not against the proposals that the board had that were being presented on this day.
Now, so do I understand you correctly then to say, in principle, or whether tacitly or implicitly, the minister was not against the swap transaction?
Sorry, my lady, the minister was not against it, but he had given us some tasks.
Okay. In your understanding, how were these planes going to be financed when the swap transaction was being negotiated? Do you recall?
When the minister, it's just that baby, this is too long. This is too long ago, sorry.
That's fine.
When the minister wrote to us regarding the swap transaction, he was open to us exploring possibilities and options and putting before him a proper and a compelling business case. When I say us, I wasn't going to be putting together a compelling business case, but the technical people at SAA would do that. But also, because this needed Section 54 approval, the onus was on the minister to say, I approve the swap or I don't want the swap. So, and we did also say in our request that we would like to explore possibilities of getting the local financier of these aircrafts so that it's not, again, paid in foreign currencies.
What was your issue, or what was your concern with foreign currencies?
I think in a normal business, there's nothing wrong. In a normal corporate world, there's nothing wrong with foreign currencies. But the issue becomes the fact that in a company like South African Airways that has been seen as the most unprofitable company, or the notorious company that keeps going to the government to ask for money for bailouts, it would be irresponsible of us not to look at day-to-day operations and also arriving at what comes at the end of the month. We should be able to pay monthly obligations as and when they are due. Therefore, the understanding of the foreign currency here was that we were not going to be able to hedge or go and negotiate a certain flat rate. Therefore, in our budgeting, it was difficult to say the rand would remain this much, and therefore we shall be able to meet those payments as they are due. That is why we thought local financier was going to be better in serving the airline.
Right. I'd like you to go to page 177 of volume 3.
Yes.
Now, there's a letter addressed to Airbus SAS, Mr. Brigier. You see that?
Yes.
And this letter is signed by yourself at the bottom.
Correct.
Now, This letter is dated 29 September.
Correct.
What I'm interested in, first part is that who wrote this letter? Did you
It's got
draft-
my signature.
Yes.
It means I wrote it, but it was drafted by company secretary and sent it to me, and then I signed it. It's my letter.
Why would the company secretary have drafted this letter on this day? Do you remember?
She is the one who would have the addresses of these external stakeholders, but also she is the custodian of, okay, if the board takes decisions and certain communication must be done, if I'm still at SAA after those decisions that we have taken, if I'm still in the building, she would be able to say, I have a folder for you for letters needing your signature. And then she would come with those letters. I look at the drafts, I edit them, I send them back. She would put them together. Sometimes I sign them the following day if I stay over, because I stay in another province, not in Gauteng. Therefore, she would put these letters together and print them and come, and then I would sign them.
Right. Now let's go to page 178.
Yes.
It says minutes of the special meeting of 2015-06, SAA SOC Board of Directors held on Tuesday, 29 September. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Present, it has yourself, Ms. Quinana, and Mr. Mayor. And then in attendance is a long list. Do you recall this meeting?
I do.
Now, at the bottom is apologies. Apologies is Dr. Tambi and Mr. Dixon. See that?
Yes.
Great. Now, it has been said about this meeting that you were the only person speaking at this meeting. Somebody has gone as far as saying this whole meeting was a monologue of yourself. Do you accept that?
My lady, it's not true.
Well, if you can help us then understand why you say that is not true.
In the board charter, it states very clearly that the chairperson facilitates discussions in any meeting, but the chairperson is not the center of the meeting, nor is not the person who speaks alone and dominates the meeting. It's on page 4 of 19 of the charter. It states clearly what ought to happen in every meeting. So it is not true that this meeting was a monologue. What is different about this particular meeting is that it was an extended meeting where we asked the executives to be present at this meeting. But, my lady, if we go through these minutes, there are a number of matters that were discussed here. The board, if we could look at 180, the board therefore requested, it's not one person talking, it's not the chairperson talking.
Can we go to page 180, Madam?
Yes.
Paragraph?
Paragraph F. Conclusion of all master and supporting commercial agreement between SAA and SA Express. It was reported that, it does not say the chairperson said. And if you look at the next paragraph, the board therefore, and if you look at G.
Well, let's read the full paragraph.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It was reported that the commercial agreements between SAA and SAX were concluded and signed. The board highlighted that it was imperative that all ExCo members understood what was entailed in the commercial agreements.
Right. The next paragraph.
Number G, conclusion of the
Hold
A320.
on. If we can go back there where you started.
Yeah.
Now, on the right hand, there's something that says GM Commercial. What was that about? What does that mean?
This would have been either the report that was made by the GM Commercial or the task that he has to make as the general manager commercial. In this case, it was Sylvain.
Sylvain? Name? What? Do you say Mr. Sylvain Bosk?
Sorry, Mr. Sylvain Post.
Do you want to continue?
On page 184, on item 4.4, delivery of a proposal and business case for the West African Hub. The GM Commercial reported that the creation of West Africa. I know that I've got to read the whole paragraph, but what I'm trying to emphasize is that this was no monologue. People were talking, so it is not true that this was a monologue.
Thank you. Now, go back now to page 181. In the middle of the page, there's a heading that says local leasing company. Do you see that?
Yes.
If I may relieve you of the reading, because we've dealt with this at length, I'll read it. It says, the board requested management to direct members to individuals or institutions which could unlock opportunities for SAA. In particular, it was stated that there was a need to access the Department of Trade and Industry's National Industrial Participation Program, funding for local aircraft leasing company. It was stated that the idea was to request the DTI, through one of its entities, to hold a majority stake in the aircraft leasing company, together with the Public Investment Corporation and the Development Bank of South Africa. Do you recall this discussion?
I do.
Who, it says here the board, but do you recall who was speaking all these ideas?
I do, my lady.
Who was it?
Mrs. Kwinana and Dr. Tambi.
Now,
Sorry, Mrs. Kwinana was more interested in the local aircraft leasing company. So, because it had been done before, I'm checking because Dr. Tambi was not there. We had discussed this matter. It was proposed even way before this meeting. Therefore, in this particular meeting, Ms. Kwinana was speaking to it.
now, what I'm interested in is the following. Ms. Mshe testified to say, you walked into the meeting and said, I have good news. We found a company. Do you recall that? Did you utter those words?
We found a company.
No, that you personally. You said, you walked into the meeting and you said, I don't know when you said we, whether you meant yourself or the company, but you said you announced at this meeting that a company had been found. Is that correct?
My lady, that can never be true. Can I support my assertion? My lady, SAA is amongst maybe 15 other boards that I've served into. I know the role of a non-executive director. It is not the responsibility of a non-executive director to go out and look for a company to do business with SAA. But it is the responsibility of the board to ensure that there is policy that is developed, a policy that will talk to whatever issue that should be done. Like, for instance, if you don't have a policy on gender representation, maybe HR does not have commitment to bringing in women, to bringing in people with disabilities in the employment of in the organization, then you encourage the CEO to start engaging on those issues, to say, let us start or let us review the policy, because the custodian of a policy in every organization is the board. But the board will not implement any policy. The board will ensure through the CEO that it encourages the CEO to implement. Therefore, if the board had taken a decision to do or to explore the possibilities of the aircraft leasing company, it would be then the responsibility of the executives to explore whether that is possible, and secondly, whether it is permissible, because you were going to also, if you establish something like this, you still have to go through to Section 54. So you can never say, it actually deflates me to hear that an executive who is actually older than me would come and lie in the court. Sorry, my lady, maybe I should not say that, but and state things that are not factual.
Now, I'd like us to go to page 196F. It starts at actually 196E. 196E, but the substance, the body is on F.
196.
There's an email dated 3 October at the bottom. You see that?
Yes.
Now, this is an email sent by Ruth Kibuka to Jerome. Did you know who Jerome was?
Yes.
Who was Jerome?
It was a South African Airways representative of Emirates. Sorry. My apologies, my lady. Representative of Airbus.
Now, if we scroll, and I'll read the email to you. It says, Dear Jerome, the trailing email below forwarded to me by the acting CEO says, we are concerned about the contents of the letter, especially the opening line that, based on the letter from South African Airways chair received yesterday by Airbus, it seems that the board hasn't approved the A320 swap by A330-300 yet. Do you remember that? Are you there?
It looks like I'm lost. Is it 196E?
E at the bottom.
It's cuts at the bottom. I've got the one that says Dear Ruth.
That's the middle of the page. Then I can give you mine. Now, given that I've now lost mine, but what I want to read is the top of that email. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now we've established that it's an email from Ruth Kibuka. And
Yes.
it's now common cause that Ruth Kibuka was the company secretary. Right?
Yes.
Now, great. Thanks.
Okay, so my lady, the email reads, did you say I must read?
No, yes, please.
The email reads, the SAA board approved the A320 swap by A330, and there has been no change in that regard. The slight change in the transaction that the letter refers to is in respect of how the A330s will be funded. The board has opted to engage an African aircraft leasing company which will provide the financing for the A330s. We are mindful of the tight timelines, and would like to see this matter concluded as quickly as possible. In this regard, we would like to know what other documents you require in order for Airbus to proceed with the swap of the A320s for the A330s. Kind regards.
And that was from?
It was from Ruth Kibuka, the company secretary of SAA.
Now, can you do me this favor? Can you put the one finger on 196F and just hold it there? And then turn back to me to page 177.
Yes, I have it.
There's a comparison I'd like to do for you, and you can help me. It says, at the second paragraph at 177, I am pleased to inform you that SAA has decided to do the transaction slightly differently. Do you see that?
Yes.
By engaging an African aircraft leasing company to engage with you. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now let's go back to 196F. The second sentence. It says, the slight change in the transaction. Right? So, I'm saying, do you see that at 177, yes, there's the word slightly differently. At 196F, it says slight change.
Yes.
Now, it's been your evidence that this letter here was drafted by this company secretary.
Correct.
And we now have an email drafted by the same. Is this wording, in your view, similar or not?
It is similar. The company secretary would have been the company secretary would have been part and parcel of the board meeting, and therefore she is the custodian of the resolutions taken, even if the resolution reads, it was agreed that this and this and this gets done. It will read like that, or it was decided at the meeting that whatever the particular matter could be done.
I do, my lady. This version was not put to any of the plaintiff's witnesses. It's the first time we're hearing this. Yes, the similar wording and who drafted. This was put to nobody. We've never had to answer this case. It's too late now.
My lady, it's not a version, so to speak. I leave this evidence in as far as getting this witness to illustrate the author of this document. So, if it's been interpreted as a version, then I don't know.
Well, my lady, the Constitutional Court held in the SAFU matter that it is impermissible evidence, it may not be led, that the defendant may not put evidence to its witnesses that has never been put before the plaintiff's witnesses. It's not something that should be weighed at all. It's out of court. It's inadmissible. You know, The plaintiff might have chosen to call Ms. Kabuka. The plaintiff might have chosen many, many routes. So, lady, I can look for the reference at lunchtime, but this is not a question of weight, it's a question of admissibility. As the court pleases.
Ma'am, thank you. We'd adjourned dealing with this African aircraft leasing company. If you may, for me, then go to Airbus Bundle 4, Volume 4. Pages 286A.
Milady, it comes after 286.16. 0.16 comes just after that.
Thank you. Do you have it?
Yes.
Now, we have a letter here from then Minister of Finance, Pravin Gordhan, dated the 20th of December 2015. You see that? That is it now. The signature is at 286F.
Yes, I have.
We're going to go through this letter, do you remember the context when this letter was issued or when it was received by SAA? Do you remember what was happening here or what this letter was about?
My lady, I think this was in response to a correspondence from the board to the minister. So the minister was responding to what we had written to him and requested. And the submissions that we would have made to the minister in terms of the seeking approval on Section 54.
Do you remember what this Section 54 was about?
I remember. It was about I think it does also state here,
Yes.
the request to amend the Airbus transaction
Amended how?
through this one.
I know. Evidence was laid to the effect that this was a letter from Minister Gordhan instructing SAA to proceed with the acquisition or the swap transaction as was previously approved by Minister Nene. Do you recall those details? Do you remember that?
I remember that the minister had just resumed as the Minister of Finance.
Okay. If you can turn over to 286B for me.
Yes.
Says summary of the three options for the transaction and structure. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says to avoid confusion, I first summarize below the three options for the transaction structure that are currently under discussion in the table below.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any comments, perhaps, with any, you don't have to, but if then we'll move.
Sorry, my lady. Anything.
This issue was
Mr. Mayor, I don't agree with this. Even at the EXCO level, I don't agree. We will get a paper that is signed by the CEO that talks to that effect that all of us, this has been discussed, but there are dissenting views even amongst ourselves as the EXCO. But at the board, when we deliberate on the matter, we all have, other people would say I'm abstaining on this matter. Maybe one person abstains but states here that I abstain, I don't believe in this. I'm going to, can I give a classical example?
Yeah.
On this particular matter, Director Kwinana did not like to sign what was given to us in terms of the Airbus deal.
Okay, we'll go to that.
Milady, just a factual inaccuracy. At this stage, Mr. Mayor had resigned, Mr. Dixon had resigned, Well, I think it's important for this witness just to know that her board at that stage didn't have those people. It had Ms. Hansi and Mr. Zwane, not the other three that she mentioned.
Can I explain that?
Yes.
My lady, I did not know you asked a question on a specific timeline or you were referring to the time when Minister Godan had written this letter.
Maybe, my lady, we've created confusion because of who was on the board in December 2015. Well, ma'am, if we can just go back then to page 286E. 286E, paragraph 26. Now, or perhaps then to make it make sense, let's start at paragraph 25. It says, therefore, only one option remains. I direct SAA to execute the A32330 swap as has been approved by former Minister of Finance, Mr. Nene, i.e. that SAA must conclude the agreement to swap the purchase of 10 A320s for the lease of 5 A320s. And then it says, page 26, this will require that, 26.1, the board approves execution of the transaction to swap the purchase of the 10 A320s for a lease of 5 A330-300s from Airbus, either through a meeting in person, teleconference, or through a round robin. Do you see that?
Yes.
The board resolution to execute the lease transaction with Airbus must be provided to my office by 1300 hours on 21 December 2015. Third, the board resolution must be communicated to Airbus as soon as the board has made its decision to seek confirmation in writing from Airbus that it is in agreement. I'll stop there. The question I want to ask you, do you remember being directed to do so by Mr. Godan on
Yes.
the 20th of November?
Yes.
Do you remember what you then did about these instructions of Mr. Godan?
This particular instruction.
Yes, starting at the first one, 26.1, the board's approved execution of the transaction.
My lady, it was done.
Now, evidence was laid to the effect that on the 21st of December 2015, board members were not available to sign either a round robin or meet in person or give effect to the instructions of Minister Godan. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the evidence that was led, but
No.
I recall the fact that we were not going to be able, my lady, to have the board members convening to sign this, but through the round robin it was done.
Did you participate in the round robin?
I participated
Can you give details of how you participated, please?
through the round robin.
Yes. As in, who was coordinating that these
The custodian of resolutions of the board, my lady, is the company secretary. It's not me.
Right.
So the company secretary coordinates all the decisions that need to be approved by the board by round robin.
There was evidence laid to the effect that there were some members of the board who couldn't be contactable on this day. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know those that who could not be contactable, but I do know that some board members wrote down that they are not going to participate in this.
Some.
Yes.
Can you give details as to who those were? Are you able to remember which members?
I'm not able to say right now, but I remember one that did not sign.
Did you sign?
I signed. The acting CFO signed.
The question is, do you remember when you signed? When you signed the round robin, do you remember when you signed? If you don't have to, but I'm just saying, do you remember when it was that you signed?
It was within the given time frame that the minister wanted the round robin to be signed. In other words, my lady, if I may augment that, it was done on time. In other words, we did not take 2 weeks, we did not take 2 months, 3 months to say this is December, people are on holiday or something like that. But it was done. Whether there was a bit of a gap in terms of time, but it was signed.
So the
But I
question is,
can't remember precisely the time.
do you remember who else then signed or voted in support as directed by the minister?
The acting CEO did.
Who was the acting CEO at the time?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Vanya.
And who else?
The CFO.
And who was that at the time?
2015 December. I think it could have been acting interim CEO.
Yes.
Interim CFO. It would have been Pumes Anand, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Thank you. Now, where we are now is quite close to the end. Do you know anything about those who wanted or you participated in this process of appointing a transaction advisor to advise SAA on this issue? Do you recall anything about that?
I remember the deliberations, my lady, whereby there was a view that we might need the technical expertise to assist. Whether it was there within the airline or not, but it would be better to have an external person to advise or to give us a legal opinion about whether this would be doable or not. So that's what I remember.
Did you
And
have,
that would have been canvassed or came from some board members.
yourself personally, did you have a view on the point? Or yourself as the chair, rather?
Myself as a chair, I listen to all views. Or I would then listen to all the views in 2015.
What I want to then go to is that if we can go to Airbus Volume 3, page 208. There's a letter here, says the Board of Directors, South African Airways. And if you go to page 210, it has your name as the author at the bottom.
Yes.
Now, the first question I'd like to ask you is, do you recognize this letter?
May I ask for clarity, my lady? What
As in to
is
say,
recognizing?
is this a letter you would have authored, ma'am?
When I write to the board, I write through the memo. I don't write letters. Like, this letter is a letter written to the honorable members, but it's more of a memorandum than a letter. So if I use the letterhead, I would be writing to an external stakeholder. But if I write and use the letterhead there, or the company secretary uses the letterhead, it will be a covering letter and then attaching the memo, because this is more of a memorandum.
The question I'm asking now, ma'am, is if we put aside that aspect of the address and we read the contents thereof, do you recognize any of these contents as contents that potentially could have emanated from you?
My lady, I don't know if I'm expected to read it.
No,
But
just,
as I'm going through it.
yes.
Okay.
In other words, do you recall writing such a letter? Or did you write such a letter?
I am looking at the, I call my lady, I used to call the board members honorable members. Yes. I would address them as colleagues sometimes, or honorable members. Colleagues if I'm just typing an email from home or from my office. But if it's something that is a serious business that I'm talking about, I wouldn't write I wouldn't use slang. Like, I wouldn't use certain abbreviations. I'm seeing here that kindly indicate your approval before COB. I don't use COB. I rather put the date, because COB it means you are saying to a person, whether the person is traveling, you are saying by close of business today, drop everything, come sign this resolution. But what I am seeing here is that the board is required to consider a transactional advisor. So there is a decision that I want the board to come to. This is not how decisions of the board are done. The company secretary is the custodian of round-robin resolutions. One, she is the custodian of, because there is a format that she uses when she writes board resolutions or round-robin requests for approval by the board. But also, if I may, this letter, because of the things that are contained in this letter, I would have signed and initialed each and every page. Lastly, my leader, sorry, my lady, my apologies. I'm happy to be led, my lady. I am trying to look at what were the issues that I wanted the board to resolve on. This is not how you would do that. So the board document We can't, so this is not my letter. May I just then say, this is not my letter. There is also a style here, there's a paragraph, if I may, 209, where it says, the urgency is largely dictated by the circumstances which are outside the control of the board. I have always, since 2009, under the leadership of Cheryl Carolas, who was the then chairperson, at the time I was a board member, I have always not liked to be rushed into signing anything. Because when people come rushing, pushing documents, there is something that you must not apply your mind into. So you don't know whether it's a correct thing or not. So, but it was my own principle to say, why is it coming as a rush? So this urgency here is a paragraph which, this is not my English. I have accordingly approached Cotal Capital, whose experience is unparalleled and recommended highly for such transactions. I have considered them as they are perceived to be independent and credible. They have indicated that they are willing and able to advise the board, notwithstanding the short notice. Members are invited to suggest any other reputable transaction advisors who may have the experience and availability to assist in this matter on an urgent basis. Again, I have never liked these things that are hush-hush, push fast to the board. May I then say also, number one, I don't know Cotal Capital. Number two, I don't know their independence and credibility. Where here, you sing praises of somebody, one you've worked with before, two you have done proper due diligence with, or that particular company. Three, it is not my terrain, it is not my space to appoint companies to do work for South African Airways. If it has happened, if I may bring an example, I was traveling the other day, my lady. In the flight, a number of people would come and say, oh, Chair, this, that. Or I saw that there are road shows that are being done by South African Airways. Yes, indeed. I am in this space, I do this, I supply, I do this, I do that. Now, this is my client. He's in an SAA flight. I want him tomorrow to fly in the same SAA flight. Oh, so you are in this business. What do you do? Who do you serve? Whatever we engage. Like that. You're sitting next to me. Please take my business card. I would be happy to do business at SAA. Normal discussion. What do you do with that? Like AAR. AAR was brought to me by my leader and said, go meet them in Cape Town. I went and met them in Cape Town. They gave me a company profile. I don't know that they were tendering at SAA. I go and meet them. They give me the company profile. At that particular meeting, because it was an instruction from my senior, my deputy minister, I phoned, I said, I will phone the CEO of that particular entity in the group of SAA, one of the entities of ours, my lady. So I phoned the CEO, I said, I'm sitting with people here. They've been referred to me by Deputy Minister Mcebisi Jonas, who said I must come and meet them, AAR. Now, SAA Technical has its own board. The chair of that board is Mrs. Quinan. So I am a shareholder of South African Technical. A classical example is that I meet them, they give me the company profile, but I pass on the information to the relevant people. But when you pass on the information, you are not saying Mcebisi Jonas, the deputy minister, said, give these people the contract. No. I say, I have listened to them per the instruction that I must go meet them. They've given me the company profile. You might want to listen to what they are offering. I don't know what it is. I don't know which business space they are in. And then it came to my attention that they had tendered and failed and tendered and they failed a number of times, and then they went now for an MOU. It was the purview of SAA, but the technical, the subsidiary. If, for instance, the minister calls, the first point of call is me. So this particular time, I am instructed as the board chair to say, go and meet Soren. So I go and meet those people. But it's not my job to say, can you do this or can you do that, or you want to know how do you get into the database of SAA. It's not my responsibility. So the CEO meets these people. He also makes recommendations. No, I can't talk to you because you have tendered, this tender is not closed or something like that. But the other day, it was a big story on our beautiful South African media that I had met some people who wanted to supply jet fuel in the plane, and they gave me a business card. Of course, I took the business card, but I told them that I don't know that. Talk to people at SAA, find out, go to the website, find out how to get into the database, go do the work, the way in which the things are done. So I'm saying, I dispute this, I dispute Kotal Capital.
Now, ma'am, you mentioned something earlier. You said that you would, one, write the date, and two, would initial the documents. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Now we have this document. It says it comes from you, but it doesn't have a date, it doesn't have your signature, and it's not initialed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why would you initial your documents, or have those three things in place on all your documents?
My lady, if the letter is drafted inside SAA, I'm not there. It gets sent to me electronically. I print it. First I read it. I print it. I sign it. I also initial each and every page so that this is the final document that I know. This was my last approval. This was my last part of the approval of the document, especially with this kind of contents. So this is not, okay, so there must be my signature at the bottom, there must be the date, there must also in each and every page, because the person I'm sending this email back to, if I sign to the last page, the person might be tempted to say, I made a mistake. I just forwarded the letter that you have edited. Maybe I changed a few things, I corrected the spelling, but I would say that these are the things that I've changed in the letter. I've removed that paragraph, this is what I've said. Or this is how I would like to capture this. Also the other thing, maybe the company secretary would say, Mr. Minister, and then I would say, Honorable Minister.
Now, there was an allegation made to the effect that on the 10th of October, you were at a meeting with Airbus representatives accompanied by somebody from Quartal Capital. Is that true?
Not true. My lady, it's not true.
Why do you say it's not true?
I was not in that meeting. The meeting with Airbus was with the two other directors. I had a commitment. I couldn't meet. I couldn't be part of the meeting. But I arrived late, in fact towards the end of the meeting. I did arrive late, but I did not arrive with people.
So if I understand you correctly, are you saying you don't know who Quartal Capital is?
I don't know Quartal Capital.
And you've had no dealings with people from Qatar?
I have had no dealings with them.
Now, there's an email, page 205. It's an email that evidence was laid on. Is an email from Mr. Wolf Mayer. You see that? 205.
Yes.
And he addresses this to the board on 26 October.
Yes.
And he says, report from, okay, 1, 2, I think it's third paragraph from the bottom. There's a couple of single lines, so we can't work out who the paragraph is, but it starts with report from the transaction advisor. Do you see that? You see that?
Sorry, page 206?
205.
Yes.
Towards second paragraph from the bottom.
Yes.
Do you have it? Report from the transaction advisor. Do you see that? Or is it not properly printed?
It says, dear board,
Yes, that one. Now there's a paragraph from the bottom. It says report from the transaction advisor. Do you see that? Or I can borrow your mind.
it's not the same.
My one is not well printed as well, but I struggle to read
Yes.
it. But what's most important for me there is the first opening line. Do you see that?
Yes.
If you may read that.
Report from the transaction advisor. I have reviewed the new Airbus A320, A330 swap transaction proposal by Cotal Capital. I initially wanted to comment on it, but as I progressed reading it, I realized with respect to Mr. Motoba,
Yes.
that he displayed very little aptitude with regard to grasping the current transactions structure as well as SAA's hedging policies. Surprisingly, recommendations made by Mr. Motloba clearly reflected the sentiments expressed by the board in last Sunday's newspaper article, which questions the independence and integrity of the advisor.
Now, the question I want to ask you is that Mr. Mayor then says he's read a report from Cotal Capital. Do you know, yes or no, how this report came to be with Mr. Mayor?
I wouldn't know. The board's responsibility is to take decisions. The implementation is for the executive.
So when Mr. Mayor writes a letter saying, dear board, I've read the Cotal report or Cotal Capital submission, did you have context of what he was talking about?
I'm not certain.
Okay. So,
It means Cotal Capital was eventually appointed, or he was doing this on a pro bono basis. I don't know.
okay, that's fine, we'll leave it at that. Let's now talk about your meeting with Airbus. You said you attended a meeting with Airbus on the 10th of October. Do you recall that meeting? Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. The thing is, I won't remember the dates.
No, for sure.
Precise as you are saying.
It's the date on which you said you arrived at the meeting late.
Yes.
That's the date. Now, what I want to ask you, simple thing. On that meeting, you said you arrived late and had a meeting with people from Airbus, right? You arrived late at this meeting of Airbus.
Yes.
What was being discussed at that meeting, ma'am? Do you remember?
But I arrived late at the meeting.
But I'm saying when you then arrived, was there anything being discussed, or what was your contribution to that discussion?
Certainly, it would be echoing the sentiment of the SWAP if it was sub-discussion. So, I don't have the minutes of the meeting, the minutes in my disposal right now.
So then do you consent to concede that the board and yourself included had meetings with Airbus?
Yes, there was that meeting.
What was the context of those meetings? Why were you, as the board, having meetings with Airbus?
As you recall, I said there was a representative at SAA, my lady, that called the Jerome, who was based at SAA, as an Airbus representative. So I think there was a call, or there was a need for us to meet the senior representatives, because this was a huge transaction that was being discussed, but also not only just huge, it required the minister's approval, and not one minister, but the concurrence of the other minister of public enterprises as well.
Now, we get to some other allegations. It's been alleged that you would confiscate people's cell phones and people's laptops at company meetings. Is that true? Yes. Well, let me just, as one incident, is it true, ma'am, that you had an occasion once, or I don't know how many times, confiscated cell phones or devices during a meeting?
I want us to take the English word confiscate
Yes.
and simplify it. My lady, at SAA, it was the order of the day to get information leaked to the good friends who love me, the media. So we would be discussing a matter in the board before we finish. In fact, what comes into my mind, because the advocate does not have any documentation to that effect, but he's telling me a verbal matter. So may I then use the classical example? A new board was appointed. We were doing orientation. We're sitting as a bigger structure of the board and executives. It was a very big meeting. As we continue to discuss issues, status of the business, everything, Business Day journalist called the interim CFO. She came to me shaking to say, this document is with the media already. We are sitting, we have not even finished our discussion. So there were then decisions that we had to take as the board to say, it is important to leave our devices outside the boardroom. And then when we come out during break, we go out, you take your phone, you check whatever you want to check, you make your calls, and then you come back into the meeting, because if anyone wanted any information, the company secretary would record all discussions, and the entity, the SAA is a government entity, so anyone can have information from SAA as they wish, but not during discussions when no decisions have been taken. So if it is an individual allegation that one person confiscated people's devices, it cannot be true. It is not true.
There's been an allegation as well that you instructed Ms. Mshe to lay disciplinary charges against Mr. Mayor. Is that true, ma'am?
My lady, please allow me to also be broad in my explanation so that there is context. I had a one-on-one meeting with Mr. Mayor, but in that particular meeting, you either have the company secretary, or if the company secretary is busy, you ask any other person that could be able to capture the discussions. So, in that meeting, as I walked in, the person who was a scribe and Mr. Mayor were already inside the meeting. And therefore, my lady, then when I walked into the meeting, in fact I had arrived, and then I stepped out, and then I came back again. So Mr. Mayor was in the room, and the person who was going to write what we were discussing about. When I walk in, the pen is sitting like this towards my side, but it is sitting next to Mr. Mayor. So I know a recording device, so Mr. Mayor was recording me. Now, if I can then shorten this, there is nothing wrong with recording any discussion, but you have to let a person know that you are recording it or not. So I took the pen, personally, I left it outside on the table, outside the meeting. Then I went after the meeting. So we continued with the meeting, we finished the meeting, we discussed everything we wanted to discuss, we finished. After that, I then went to Mshe, and Mshe is was the HR group executive. I told Mshe what happened, and then I said, Mshe, this is a situation. You are the custodian of anything to do with policies of this organization. This is a situation. Please do what you need to do about this situation. That is as far as I can recall. So there was no instruction to say go discipline somebody.
There was another allegation, ma'am, to say that those who were either in conflict with you or in disagreements with you would end up being investigated and charged on spurious grounds, which investigations and charges would be driven by yourself, either in revenge or retribution against them. Is there any truth to that?
That's my lady, I should not use silly, but it's an unfair allegation, and it cannot be true. A classical example, I write an email to the board members to say I've been communicating with the executives, the acting CEO, about this MOU. Here are the issues I've been raising. I'm not receiving any responses. What was the consequence? There's no consequence. You communicate and communicate and communicate. So And also, the job of the chairman of an organization is to take the acting CEO into confidence. If there is anything that you are concerned about, you raise it with him. You talk to him about it. So, yes, I've been called all manner of names, but it is not true that I would charge people. One, I respect families. So if you fire a person or if you release a person from his employment, it is not fair to the family. So some of the people would opt to resign when they're running away from certain things that they know they are guilty about.
Now, I'm interested in this one point. A lot of the witnesses who testified here had very negative things to say about you as a person or as the chairperson. From your side, please help me with 2 points. One, how do you characterize the relationships you had with members of your EXCO and the relationships you had with people in the business in general?
My lady, is this the last question? Sorry, I'm asking you.
No, I'm just saying, how do you classify the kind of relationships you had with the executives, etc.?
I think so. Thank you very much. My lady, I think I'm going to be broad in my response. Among the responsibilities that you carry as the chairman of the board is to ensure that there is an environment conducive for the executives to discharge their responsibilities, but also is to respect their space. I'm sure the court will recall that I have also defended my executives in a number of platforms. I'm sure the court will also recall that I've been to Parliament where all right. Sorry, thanks, my lady. But everywhere I've been, like for instance in court, when I reported, sorry, not in court, in Parliament, when I went to report about SAA, the media would be all over me. There was so much interest. But today I don't see any interest in any person that is running the airline currently or any other board chairpersons. That's that. Now the answer is, from the outset, I knew that it is difficult for people to accept to be led by a black African woman.
Yes. And anyone making remarks will immediately be removed from the court. The decorum of court will be respected. This is not a game. One word. Will be removed. We will respect the decorum of the court and give this witness an opportunity to face the law. Will I pass out the law? You might be sorry about that.
My lady, there was that general atmosphere. But it is your responsibility as the leader of the business to make people comfortable, to also give them space, to also know that they can come to you and you give them an ear. Where you can't falter me is when you don't follow things according to the book. You don't follow the PFMA, you don't follow this, you don't follow this, you just do things anyhow. We will sit down and say, please advertise, please do this, please do that. Now, in general, I was amongst people that in their hearts it was difficult to accept to be led by a woman. I'm sure my lady, you know, even in the...
I'm a lady, I must object. These allegations were never put to any of our witnesses. Yes, that was put to Mr. Mayor. He then denied it, but it was not put to Ms. Mshe, to Mr. Bosk, or to Mr. Bezuidenhout. And they may not be tarred with this brush. It's very unfair to them. And we are again hit by the same SCA and Concourt ruling. You cannot do that to people in their absence.